Johnny Spider Boy. Hey. Oh yeah, Sean says he was gonna hang out with us today. He just is AFK.
Fuck your shit, motherfuckers.
Wood bitch is in town.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Dory's in here. Hello, Dory. You little pretzel. I'm watching you.
That issue.
Yes. It does have issues.
I do have it. Not that good.
What are you doing, Dory? What's
Join
your
your mom.
what's
Just
your
kidding.
what's up to Dory? John, I'm glad John sounds like he's in a better mood.
What?
I was getting worried about you.
Oh no, my mentality's already broken, dude. What the fuck you talking about?
John's in the mind broken category of hentai.
What the fuck you talking about?
John's been mind broken. That's what I'm talking about. You brought it up.
I said mentality, not mine. My mental state's a little off, but
I got on the ESO and got on it for a minute. I had to pull myself off because I was starting to get invested. I was like, oh wow, this is interesting. What's happening here? And I was
it's
like,
okay. I was playing Gemini Warlords and I was getting into that too much.
that's a good game.
I know. Like I said, first time playing it was console, but I wish it was multiplayer.
Yeah, well, like it's like a lot of good space games are single player. It's like what the
Right?
hell?
But it'd be a whole lot better if it was multi.
Elite Dangerous has
Co-op.
gotten a little better though than it was. That's because they put a new development team on it like a couple of years ago. Now they're adding it. They added a new ship,
Uh,
and they just did a Thargoid War thing.
well, they've been putting new ships, and I mean, last time we played, they had those are more ships as it is, and
Yep,
I have.
they added new components and weapons and gadgets.
I'm not a warmonger like fucking Seth is.
Yeah,
he's got the military
the
ships, while I got the
Thargoid
civilian warships.
the Thargoid War event is almost over. They got these massive colossus-sized fuckeries that people have been taking down as a large group.
Yeah.
I saw Salamander hopping on it, and he's like, I don't remember how to play. And it's like, yeah, well, I can help. Just let us know when you're ready to fuck around.
Don't ask me, man. I don't know shit. Just kidding.
Nordic's playing Dragon's Dogma, so I was watching him on my other screen. K-pop boys. Those are my favorite. I love the K-pop boys. They make me hard. They make my arms tingle. Right, so remember how you're trying to work towards the coaling tower, Dory? Well, there's another reason why I'm not making fun of you. Look, if I was making fun of you, yeah, it'd be different. Trust me. Oh, jeez. Come out of the pause screen, just fucking guy face. I'm gonna smooch that pretty beard. I'm a psycho. Anyways, as I was saying, there's another reason why we want coal, and that's because we gotta refuel our coal storage. Because guess what happens if we don't have coal? Actually, I don't know what happens. I never asked. Damn right. Let me see if the coal tower starts with any coal on board. Oh, it does. It didn't used to do that. Well, I got good news then. Uh, so let me see if I can line it up. Well, I got good news then. We're not desperate to replace the coal storage because the coal tower spawns with coal inside of it. Lucky day. I was hoping that they'd do that because of the uh never mind. They didn't do that. I was wrong. Never mind. We still need to make sure we have coal. Well, we remember we gotta get the wood beams. You gotta get the wood beams for the coal. Remember? Here, come to this coal mine mock-up I made as a reference. See, this is what we need. We need both types of wood like this. And then it outputs coal over here. Where'd you go? Hello? Hello? Oh, you done hauled ass over there. Gotta get the black loan speed run any percent. Beams and lumber. So we're gonna have to set up. Yeah, give it. Yes. Give it the big wood. Hey, John, you got any big wood laying around?
Har, har, har. I always got wood. What you got?
Well, what do I got? I want some pizza, man. I'm eating canned corn. I'm so, I'm so pitiful. Uh oh. John's laughing. Somebody's in trouble.
No, no. So my partner's SUV was sitting there with the last piece we needed. So I took my SUV and pushed his into the point. It's like, you're just sitting there. Come here. Ugh. Get in there.
How'd you do that?
So you can totally move each other's units around as long as they're not on the hold position. Uh, no, decision, whatever. You can totally move them around even when you can use a tank or whatever. I just use an SUV because they're literally just an SUV.
SCV, good to go, sir.
Put them on the other side and all that shit where you want them pointing. You can just go direction that way. Push right into it.
Yeah.
As long as they're not in hold position, and you can move them around all you want. And he was doing something on the south part of the map while I'm like, we need to finish this. You got the last piece. Come on.
Hmm.
Got my BC fleet sitting right above it. Come on.
I need
I
to
lost
give
a
Dory.
lot of BCs in that match because I was kind of slack. I was kind of slipping here and there.
Yeah.
I usually don't lose that many BCs in a match.
Right. So Dory, here's what you gotta do. What do you mean buildings? You mean the facilities or industries? Can't put down both? Interesting. Right, so there's two carts we're gonna need. Go into the, you know, we're gonna need logging cars. Um, which is the, it'll say logs and steel pipes on it. We're gonna need a few of those. Like 4 of them, at least, to start with. And once you get that, I'll tell you what to get next. Yeah. Yep, those are the two that I was going to tell you about. They're both different types of flat cars. Um, I already got 2 of the ones that does beams and lumber. Um, now you need to get some of the logs, the log ones. I didn't buy any of the log ones, which we could start with 4 of them. You could get more if you can afford it, but that's up to you. I'm gonna be getting another engine for us. that's gonna have to wait a minute.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Yeah, what took you so long?
My girlfriend woke up.
Did you slap her around?
No,
Why not?
that's mean.
Not in the way that I was thinking. I'm sure she'd appreciate my method that I was thinking that you would do for her. By singing her a famous popular pop song. That would definitely smack around her emotions. Right, Sean?
Yeah.
Ouch. Okay. How many how many lumber cars did you get? I mean log cars. What's up, Shawnee Bonnie?
Nothing much.
You think you have enough money to get two more? What's that, Sean?
What's up with you?
Um, I'm getting Dory set up. I'm playing railroads with Dory. A nice snack of protein. So first things first. Move this guy up. Never mind. This guy ain't going nowhere. Alright, I bought 4 beam cars. You are welcome to buy 2 if you want. That'll be... That's a... We're good for now because... We gotta build to the coal mine. What's up, John? However, we're gonna have to. So you're gonna have to make a choice. I've got 2 logging things here, and then there's one on the map. Now you can pick which one. We can build to these or the one on the map. Take your time to think about it. Go fly around, check out the area. I'm gonna try to eat something else. Yeah, it's easy. It's just to use here. We just have to McJigger it a little bit to plug it in.
McJigger it.
Yep, that's right. Rusted in there.
Thrusted in.
Come here, Dory. I'll show you. Come to the one at the end. All you gotta do is get it connected to this side where the logs come out. That's too close, but you get the point. This is the side you'd have to get the rail on. So I'll let you start thinking about how you want to do that. I'm gonna try to find a snack or something. I think I still have some pizza rolls I can throw in the microwave. Pizza rolls coming home. Touch my arms. How it burns. Thank you. I'll take my award. Living. Interesting. That guy told that guy to eat. man. I just like with chat bots. They're the ones that are trying to scam you. One of the ways you do that just see them go hey. Did you hear me? Hello? Did you hear? Did anybody hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now? Oh. I'm saying, for a long time, for years, I've always loved messing with chat bots. You just insert a random,
Chat GPT.
especially the ones that scam you. You just say some random keywords, and it just totally throws them off because that's what they're designed to do is scan keywords, and then they look up the response for those keywords. So, so you get some really weird, you get some really crazy responses. If you just throw like a random word in the middle of the sentence, here or there, and it just completely derails everything. I've done that for years. There's a lot of like automated bot emails and stuff. Oh, you know, like the ones that are like, "Oh, I'm gonna send me money." You know, they always try to scam you.
We want your monies.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your monies now. All your monies.
Yep. I like, I like giving them a hard time. That's one of the ways to test if somebody's a bot sometimes. Though it doesn't always work right away. It has to be, if you do it consistently, it'll become noticeable. But then again, sometimes it does work on the first time. It depends, because sometimes they have programmed filters. They like filter out certain syllables.
It feels like the first time.
Feels like the very first time.
Alright, show me where you want the switch. The most common scam email I get is, "Oh, I'm lonely girl, I want to meet a man." And then it's like, so I pretend to play along. And they're like, "Oh, you gotta send me the gas money bill." And I'm like, "Sorry, I'm broke. I don't know nobody." It's just to see how much they're gonna beg me. All the way to cattle farm? Okay, I stopped. Yeah, I know. You told me to stop. What do you? I said, come on, give me. What are you giving me shit for? You want to put it here? Let me try something first before you do that. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. Cause I don't think putting a switch there. I think that's too out of the way. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I considered it. Don't 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 just throw it away. But let's explore some other ideas first. What I'm thinking I want to do, and maybe you'll see what I'm thinking, is run the rail. Where you at? Hey, get your ass over here. All right, now we're gonna take the big wood, and then we go around this way to the left. Circle past this bridge. Where you at? So go past, and then go underneath this one, if or straight or whichever. Either way, you can either go straight or just link it back up with this one. Just replace this splitter with a three-way splitter. Or instead of replacing it with the splitter, just make another bridge crossing here. And then reconnect it somewhere down there or something. Or, yeah, I think the going straight method is probably better because we can reconnect it down here. Maybe. Yeah, I'll just put a reverse switch right here instead of one going to the right. I'll put a. Never mind. I'll keep that one going to the right because I would really like to keep that one. Because that's the one that I wanted to bring onto as a side thing. Oh, hey, look! I found a missing. Found a missing car. Anyways, um, yeah, yeah. I think the three-way splitter idea back here is probably the best solution. Honestly. Uh, It's not what I was expecting. That was not what I was expecting at all. Alright, new plan. Alright, I got a new plan. And you're gonna be this. Which means you're gonna start here. What do you mean? What did I break? Oh, the bridge? Yeah. I'm a crazy man. There. Problem solved. Alright, I think we got a plan. What do you think? Definitely crazy for something. Somebody. There we go. Alright, so go to the big wood. Proceed to big wood and start there, and then work your way out towards the bridge. While I watch closely and non-judgmentally, of course. After I fix the terrible rail I put down. There we go. All better. Yes, now get dressed. Okay. I'll munch on this stuff. Well, you don't need to worry too hard about how to connect them. Just come to the logging like I mentioned, and then just run it out and wing it. Make sure you get past the bridge with enough room for everything. You could swing it around if you want. It'll be its own special bypass. What part are you extending? I don't even see you here. What did you extend? Oh, that part. You don't need to worry about that because you're trying to connect to that. So if you put something there to start with, then you're gonna have to go back and delete it anyway whenever you actually show up with the actual part you want to connect to it. That's why I don't do stuff like that much. Unless it's the point of order. Now, if I'm working out from the switch, then yeah, I'll do that. Otherwise, no. Well, as long as it helped you feel better, I could delete it for you. You want me to delete it? The reason why I'm worried is because the angle you angled it at a specific direction, and you may not even come in from that angle, which means it's going to create a little bit of a snake effect, which could mess you up. Because tight little pivots are what you want to avoid. All right, I'm just worried. I think it's better you leave that spot as a blank slate so that you can actually connect it and plug it in. just so that you know, there's no reason, there's nothing that you can do over here. The only spot that you need to worry about being straight at is right here where you pick up the logs. You don't have to be straight there. There's literally nothing that's happening right here. I'm just letting you know because I think that's important to know. Hello.
No! Play with your silly trains.
Fine. You were very loud. Hey Dory, can you see me? Okay, good. Don't worry, don't worry. I know you can't. Okay, you can stop looking now. You're not gonna find me up there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I was just wondering. Norik's just jealous that I got pizza rolls and he don't. He likes playing the ass blaster game. probably should have asked me. Where's it at? I'm just kidding because you're already asking me. I think it'll fit, but here's the thing. You don't have to go through there. You go through here. This will definitely fit. And if you're not sure, we could test it. I'll show you how. I'm being lazy because I don't feel like, you know. I don't feel like doing the whole angling thing. We'll see how much clearance we got so we can see how much we got to work with. No, it's fine. I mean, if you're able to get over the bridge, that's fine too. There. That's how much clearance you got. And I was teasing you about just asking me part because you were already asking me. Now, if you have the capacity to do so, you could just go over the bridge with another bridge. And I'll show you a trick how to guarantee that it will go over the bridge. Using if you can't get the rails to not block the bridge, you can use this. This has no rails underneath. Our supports, I mean. And you can make it as high as you want. But it's always going to be level though. So you can't angle it up or down. At least not to my knowledge. You probably can, but I just don't know what I'm doing. I was too distracted by looking at bots. I was actually hiding in the tree next to you. Just to mess with you. I was pretending like I didn't want you to see me. But I think we can make it work. Heck, you know what? You could climb over the bridge, right? Well, yeah, we can climb over it if we can't go under it. If you can't get under it just right, which, to be honest with you, I think you're better off going over it anyway. Because if you go under it, then you're going to have to elevate back up to reconnect to the bridge. So I think you should go over the bridge. So now that I'm thinking about it, that makes a lot more sense. And then if you're not sure after when you're ready, we could test it. Put the train under it and see if it'll fit. Just make sure you make a large section before you cross over it. That way you don't have to redo the whole thing. Because each section you put down, if you don't break it up into sections, then you'll have to delete the whole thing. I know you probably remember that, but it's good to remember because it took me a second. I still am not too good at doing that. Yeah, just do a 0.5 or a 1% grade. By the time you get to that bridge, you should be high enough. At least that's the idea. And if it's not, we'll make it happen. I think instead of trying to aim directly for that part of the bridge, um, watch the direction I'm going. I think we should try to aim it this way. Of course, obviously not running into that bridge, but still, you get the point. Like swing it far left. I think that might be the best way. Give yourself plenty of room to climb and descend. Anyways, hope that helps. Now I'm gonna go back to staring at you while I eat these pizza rolls that I am now spiteful towards Nordic. I will rub in his eyebrows. my headset cut off. Sorry, my headset cut off. I'm seeing about doing your incline. What's your gradient on all the way up to this point? Is it 0.5? Right. They're gonna have to go back and make it one for a little while. We need more room. I was hoping that swinging it around would give you more space. So, for example, when you get to this point right here, when you get to this point, start turning it left so that you can swing it around so you'll have more room for it to elevate. You know what I'm saying? Turn a little to the left, and then you start turning to the right. You know, give yourself a little room. But you don't have to replace the whole thing as a 1%. But I mean, just see what works, honestly. But you can replace the whole thing with 1% if you want. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just here to give you useful information. Because I'd like to see what you come up with. So what's this, a 0.5% as well, or? Okay. Just wondering. Just keep it in mind. think I might have fixed my think I might have fixed my audio. Yeah. What happened? I see. You were doing this part? Mm, interesting. Um, did she ever like deny to being responsible or anything? Or never mind, we can talk about this later. Um, I'm just curious about a few things, but don't worry about that right now. We can. So, what you gonna do here? Are you gonna make a little turn here? Okay. I got distracted by zoning out. So Nordic, how are you enjoying the dogma of dragons so far? Well, I know, but like, what's your synapses and stuff so far? Like, what's your takeaway so far?
I'm enjoying it. It's fun.
Does it make your arms grow?
What?
Does it make your nails curl?
What?
Does it make you horny?
No.
That's too bad. Didn't you ask me the other day why I uninstalled Helldivers? Or yesterday?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We all seem to play it, and then everybody just stopped fucking playing it. And
Sorry, my nervous my my nerves are getting up. Cause the game's fucking broken. I keep getting pissed off every time I play it.
I'm gonna be that guy and just say, sounds like a personal problem.
But it's not though. It's a legit problems with the game.
Well, I've never had any problems.
Yeah, you have. I hear you complaining about the same thing I complain about when we play.
What do I complain about?
Constantly being stunned, can't heal, being shot from across the map by someone that can't see you by a rocket because sometimes they get infinite vision randomly, seeing you through rocks when you try to sneak, and other bullshittery tomfoolery. Tons of bugs, glitches, things not working like they're supposed to. And it doesn't help that whenever I try to look up solutions to my problems, there's a whole bunch of bullshittery I have to wade through with people. That go on about how the game's perfect and anybody, which is a lot of people, claiming to have issues with the game are just full of, are just a bunch of crybabies that don't like real games and shit, and it's just stupid ass bullshit. And it's like, no wonder the game keeps having problems. You get a bunch of people that keep kissing its ass and saying that it's perfect and there's no problems. There's no glitches in the game whatsoever. There's no balancing issues or nothing. The guns are all perfect. You're just bad at the game. Primary weapons shouldn't be useful because they're primary weapons. It's just a bunch of fucking brain rot. And so when I have to wade through that, guess what that does to my mood and my willingness to want to play? It starts to make it decrease a little. Right, so what you're gonna have to do is take a couple of steps back and do a 1.5 grade before we get to this point. Though that was a good crossing right there. It did cross over it perfectly with that space. We need a little bit more altitude. And what we're gonna do is no, you don't have to go that far back. But I guess we could. Okay, I was injecting my own mindset into how I do it. If I can make it work at that difference. So here's the thing: if you're gonna do a big grade like that, you want to do it in short bursts, bigger grades, because that way you don't have a whole lot of pressure over time. The momentum will still carry you over it. So what I would do is I would just take away that one section and see if I could clear it doing that. But and then just work my way back. But you're probably gonna end up being the right one anyway. Because I try to see what I could get away with without having to back up too far. but I end up doing it sometimes anyway. Anyways, the game's basically glorified early access game. Needs a lot of work to be done. And they just came out with another rocket that's basically useless. Okay, I have a solution to this. So, is this a separate section right here covering the bridge, like I mentioned earlier, in case we needed to? Okay, good. Keep that. Keep it like that. Don't touch it. Don't touch it! I'm just kidding with you. It startled you. Now let's see if that freed up some more room. Nope. Not enough. Mind if I try something? Can you delete this section I'm standing on? I'm gonna try some because if we need a little bit more traversal time, and we can make it happen. So what? Why aren't my buttons working? Hold on. It's got nothing to do with being smart. It's about just it's about how I just understand it to myself. Great. Now why can't I click? Buttons are all fucked. There. Fixed it. What if we did what if we swung left just a little bit longer? And then started swinging to the right. Narrow it down a little. 120. Put that down. And then not much better. I'll do a little hump up to 2. So yeah, that's just to name a few things that I just got fed up with. So it's like, come on, let's play it, and I'm like, I can't do it today, Seth. I'm gonna get pissed off, and I can't handle that right now. You know?
How could you do this?
That's right. I had a lot more fun playing the first game. Seth don't want to play that. That's right, I'm a monster in Frisbee. What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna have issues with my monster Frisbee tendencies?
I'm gonna come.
Huh?
I'm gonna come
Why are you saying
over
it?
to your house. Over to your house.
Why are you saying it like that and so aggressively?
Because that's how Trump said it. I'm gonna come.
Um, so you're into trunk play.
I like.
I think it's just reenacting the bullshit that he's going. That he's
Oh God, please.
we're just blah, 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 blah.
When am I gonna come?
Never.
Yeah, and I thought my baby mama was fucking crazy.
When's it ever gonna be my turn?
Never.
Always your turn.
You're not allowed to come.
Never, ever.
You are doomed to asexuality forever.
Asexuality. I can reproduce without needing a sexual partner? Hell yeah.
I guess he is the reptile. He's the reptilian in here. Damn.
No. Like, that's what.
No, no. He was talking about him being. I'm like, guess he's the freaking reptile in the room.
We're getting into cell division
No,
territory.
asexual is like somebody who's not sexually attracted to anybody. Like, you don't have any experience towards sexual attraction.
That's not asexual. Asexual is actually a thing in reptiles, especially in frogs, where they
Yeah,
are able
but
to
it's
not need mate.
an actual term that people
He's-
use for not having any attraction towards.
He's
people.
he's talking about the flavor of Kool-Aid for the week. Right?
No, like
offense, but I really don't like when people take the freaking meanings of things and put it to other things when it's not reality. No. Asexual is an actual fucking thing. That
Wait a minute, John. Wait a minute. Did you just call me a tadpole?
Yes, I called you a frog.
What the hell, man?
You just noticed that now?
Man, I don't know.
That's what I thought, but I guess he's the real reptile in here.
What the hell? That's crazy.
A frog would be an amphibian, not a reptile.
I mean, it's
They're amphibious reptiles, technically.
It's an accepted term.
Well, to be fair to John, he said
In
amphibian.
scientific research.
He did say and amphibians earlier, so. But you could touch my science research. Oh. Gotta redo the bridge. It's turning into freaking roller coaster tycoon over here.
You're on the fucking tycoon.
My
That
what?
tycoon.
I'm a what?
Your aunt is a tycoon of fatness.
Yes, you fat. Very toxic person. Never get to know that person. Never get to know that person.
She's so fat she can't even walk. Every time she tries to lift up her leg, it just falls back down because she's so big.
Jesus.
If she's so big, she tries to walk, she trips herself every time.
Yeah, the term used for an animal being able to self-reproduce is parthenogenesis.
What about the single-celled organism? What's it called for that one when they reproduce without a partner?
Well, that's just the scientific term. It's still like a form of asexual reproduction.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought I might have been mixed up. Cause it's been a little while. You know what I mean? But I was mainly referring to the single-celled organisms, not an animal. So that's why I was curious.
It's the same thing. There is a single-celled organism called a paramecia that can reproduce both sexually and asexually.
Oh damn! Got a crowd pleaser over there. Hey John, the blues on. For once in 30 years. I just can't win, can I? How do I get this to work? If I get just a little bit more room, I can make this work. Just a little bit. If I get that, do this. I can do. Oops. I can do that. Man, who could go for some unfertilized eggs right about now? You never heard about the unfertilized eggs? Come on, man, that's what all the kids are into these days.
Dun 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 dun.
Ba, 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 ba. The hell's that from?
Sonic.
Oh, Green Hill.
User left your channel.
You sly little
That
fart
made
knocker.
John leave.
Did he?
Yeah. He
I didn't
got
know.
mad.
I didn't know that he didn't like Sonic.
I know, right?
I thought he liked Sonic like the rest of us.
No. I don't like it when people take terms and change language.
I don't like it either.
Not like that's what society has done throughout all history.
Yeah, but like when you take words that are set in stone to mean something, like rock, for example, and you're just using it for a temporary slang word and popularize it just for marketing or meme purposes, it's kind of insulting.
Yeah, but the term I brought up ain't exactly wrong. He's thinking of asexual reproduction. Most organisms that are asexual don't have romantic tendencies. They're just
the only time I've heard asexual used when it comes to people is when it comes to the Kool-Aid cults. There is a term for someone that's not interested in either sex, but I forgot what it was, but it's not asexual. I heard about it a while back, but I didn't store it because it wasn't something I really needed to know about.
asexual has been a term used since 2001, so it was before the cult.
No, they've been around for a while, but even longer than I thought they were.
It got popularized with the internet, of course, and the cults use it. But I've met people who refer to themselves as asexual and they're not a part of that community. Most of the time they're really weird.
Weirdos. What?
Well, it's also just like, I feel like it's my own perception, you know? Because I don't understand what that's like, or...
Well, yeah, it's one thing to be weird, but it's another just being really unstable. Like, furries. Like, a lot of furries or bronies or whatever. Some of them are cool, but I've met a lot of really unstable ones. And like, yeah, they're weird, but they're not weird in like the "oh, you're different" kind of sense. They're the weird in like, this guy is gonna explode one day, and like, I don't want to be around that if that happens.
I've never met
Gonna find like some bodies laying around.
I've never actually met or talked to like an actual full-blown dress in the whole suit furry. I avoid those people.
Yeah, I've met a lot of people over time.
That kind of shit just weirds me out.
Well, I didn't have much of a choice. Trying to find work and other things, or coming across different stuff, researching or meeting other people in different places, like different games.
But I don't care either way.
I've also traveled between multiple states. I mean, you're gonna like what you're gonna like. Like I said, I met some people. Some of them are pretty cool, but there's a larger portion have been pretty unstable as far as people go. I feel kind of bad for some of them because I can understand where some of the things that they feel about people not understanding what what they want or like or whatever. But like, You don't need validation from everyone or everything.
No, you don't. I think like those communities have given a lot of gay people a bad image. Because
I
I've
think,
talked to a lot of really cool gay people.
yeah, me too. I've also met a couple that tried to rape me, but that's another story.
Yeah.
Because you got a pretty mouth.
There's always bad sides of every fucking
Mm-hmm,
group
exactly.
of people.
It's like saying all white people are gonna go out and commit a crime, and which has become a saying these days. A lot of it's becoming it's things are backwards. Things are pretty messed up right now in the social sphere. But you can't just pull an apple and then call it the tree, you know?
Oh yeah.
And that's how I try to treat everybody. If you ever notice, whenever we've talked to some people you were probably uncomfortable with, I was chill with them. And that's because I try to give everyone a blank slate. I don't care who you are. You know?
I don't care who you are either. I don't get uncomfortable with people until they start fucking with me, being dicks.
Yeah,
That's when I start to get pissed off.
yeah. I usually need a reason to be upset with them.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves is just people that want to fuck with you and get a rise out of you because they think it's funny.
Yeah, like it's one thing if they like legitimately are curious and wanting to like discuss something, but it's another thing when you could tell that they're literally just trying to set you up to make you upset and to like be validated socially. I can't stand that stuff. I just tell them to fuck off because they deserve it because they're an asshole.
Yeah.
Like I made this one post because there's like this strategy game that came out. It looks almost just like Stellaris, and it's supposed to be a Star Trek game. And it looks like Stellaris with the Star Trek mod, but really gutted with none of the features. And I'm like, so I asked a legitimate question in the Steam forum about it, and this is meant to be purely like logical, and I described this in the post. I'm not trying to start a flame war. I'm here to legitimately find out what this is about. And the thing I wanted to find out was what's the point of getting this instead of just using the Star Trek mod of Stellaris like I've always been. I legitimately want to know what the game's about and why I would want to consider it. Because I like Star Trek and I'm curious, of course. Of course, I don't have a whole lot of expectations. And there were several knobheads that are like going off about things and that and the other, and I'm like, please keep the discussion on topic. It's not about whether or not I like this, that, or the other. I just want to know what it's about. Oh, you're just mad because someone has a different opinion than you. Oh, you're just trying to control the thread and make it an echo chamber. And I'm like, people I was mentally prepared for it. Because that's what I expect out of people these days. I've been around YouTube enough.
Oh yeah.
People literally
Internet
talk about
culture
something in a video.
especially. The minute people get behind a screen, they think they are safe and they can say whatever the fuck they want.
Right, so Dory, let me show you what I was trying to manufacture before you put that down. I've shifted from trying to cross that part of the bridge to crossing this part, which is closer to the ground. I feel like it might be more realistic of an expectation. Before you put that down, I was actually seeing about crossing somewhere around here and cutting through, but I don't know. I was trying to wiggle around and come up with ideas. But anyways, yeah, I never really found like a legit conversation about it. It was always some divisive shit or politics which had nothing to do with the topic, and I asked them politely to refrain from doing it. Don't do what I was suggesting necessarily. I was just fucking around, just telling you some ideas I was playing with that I have not succeeded at yet, obviously. But that last one I told you about, where I was trying to cut through there where the ground is, I haven't done that one yet. I was trying to feel it out, just letting you know. But see, here's the thing. In order to get it over that other part, I'm gonna, if you can manage to like move it around enough to where you can wiggle enough extra distance out of it to get the rise, get it elevated, you'll be good. Hell, even if you can get it to spin around and cross over this flat spot, and then go down and cross over again, that that could work too. Just play around with some ideas. But yeah, I never really got a legit discussion about it. Like, that guy's literally going on a rant about some bullshit, trying to like demonize people and me for trying to ask the question, because the Star Trek mod for Stellaris literally has a shit ton of stuff to it. And this thing, which I did research on it before I made the post, that game was basically Stellaris, but before any of the updates came out, with a code of aesthetics of Star Trek on it. There's no events or nothing going on like in the Star Trek mod. And I was genuinely curious, you know? I genuinely wanted to know what the deal was. Who asked for that? Now, Dory, this part here with the rail, you can ignore this rail over here. In the middle of the field here, you could ignore that. I was just doing a little bit of a yeah. That's a 45-degree crossover though. But we could, in theory. But yeah, the short of it was there was one or two people that were curious. But other than that, it never really took off. It was just full of shitheads that just wanted to point fingers and be accusatory and just surface level knobheads. So you're saying that if we go out to we could go out to the bridge. Is that what you're saying? Where I have the bridge going over there and cut a piece of it off and put a crossover on it? Okay, so let's say we do make this crossover work. So what are you gonna do? Go this way, and then you're gonna elevate it? Come here, let's test this concept here, because we're gonna have to make sure this actually works. Because we're gonna put it here. If we do, then which way? Yeah. You know, I was thinking about something like that before. What that also means I'm gonna have to go down the line and fix my screw up. Alright, well. See if you can get the rail over here, and then we'll see what we can work with. I don't know, try it. Let me save it. There. Go at it. Rip it apart, do whatever you want. Whatever you think you need to do. I was thinking that you were I was thinking of maybe... Let me show you what I was thinking. You know the bridge down here? Not this one specifically. But... You know... We could do it here too. Either way, somewhere on this bridge we could put a crossover on it and just cross over the bridge, since this bridge is not going to be used that much. That's what I was thinking. Just cut through it instead of over it or under it. I was initially thinking we could do it somewhere over here. I don't know if you can see me. I was thinking about right here. Because I think this is a break part right here. Yep, I was right. There is a break part right here. And I was thinking of doing something like a 90-degree crossover. Right here. Like that. See what I did there? That's what I was thinking of. Because we've shown that you were able to make it here without too many problems. Problem is it's hard to get the elevation we need without a good run up. So yeah, this is what I was thinking. What do you think? Because even with your 5% or 1% incline, you could still make it to the exact level this bridge is at without having to dip into over that. Anyways, I'll let you decide. Hmm. I'm blinked back into reality. What's going on? What I missed? What year is it? So was this a 1% grade? Oh, I see. You're refining it. Okay, good stuff. I was just looking up this epiphany that somebody had about Shrek. So, Sean, you there?
Yeah.
Somebody realized something interesting. You know, in the beginning of Shrek, he's reading the story and it talks about the Fiona predicament.
What about it?
Well, there's another page where it talks about another woman that has a similar predicament, but she turns into a dragon, a red dragon.
Not the red dragon.
And guess what Donkey gets with?
Donkey!
He gets with a red dragon
No.
that you only ever see at nighttime at that point in the first movie. Makes you think, don't it? That lady getting some donkey dick.
She went to Mexico.
She got tamales. But yeah.
Big old badonkadonks.
So yeah, this guy was really surprised. He's like, "Oh, wait a minute. You mean there's another princess that's blonde that turns into a dragon? Uh-oh." Basically. Yeah. I just thought that was interesting.
Always interesting.
You know what else is always interesting?
These nuts.
No, I was just asking.
Gotti.
Dory, are you there? I want to know about pizza.
What about pizza?
Oh, okay. You didn't come to a crime scene.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
I'm disappointed in you, Sean.
Couldn't help myself.
If there's no crime scene, Sean, then go and make one!
No.
And then solve it yourself. Nothing happened. I was just staring at you. Staring at your model stand there. All creepily. Why are you apologizing again? Did I give you permission to do that? Well, I don't do that as much anymore unless it's like really warranted to say so. But when it's with you guys, it's a little different. Well, I was just teasing you because if you said you're sorry twice, and that makes me think that you probably think that I was upset or you legit did something, or someone was bothered, and I was just letting you know that nobody's bothered. Breathe down your neck.
I'm heavily outnumbered by 1,000 men. The kingdom of Castile.
It's the
who live
men.
on King Alfonso the Old and fat.
The men's.
He had an obesity problem and died in 1214.
Oh my god.
It was caused by an illness in his youth. So it wasn't self-made obesity.
He clicked the obesity button.
The obesity button.
I feel like being obese today. I'm gonna hit that button. Alright, let's see what error John got. Better be good, John. Can't freaking see it. He's using a billion resolution. So everything's microscopic for me. There's a free piece set, a 5-piece set of Wild Rose attire. Wearing a rose. Warning, a rose by any other name would not smell as sweet. Good job, John. Fucking hell, I had to break my neck to fucking read that. Oh, I'm in pain now. The pizza men's. Sean,
What?
are we pizza-able?
Oh no.
Are we pizza men's too? Part of the pizzeria empire?
The Pizzeria Empire.
Or whatever it was called.
the Pizza Men's Combine.
The concubine. Combine. Pizza men's combine.
Galactic State. That's what I called it. The Pizza Men's Galactic State.
Mm-hmm.
We had so many different types of pizzas. I was just starting to add random fucking things. It's like, this is a chicken pizza planet.
Yeah, I knew it would come to that. I made a joke about that.
The barbecue chicken pizza. The cheeseburger pizza planet.
Mm-hmm. The cheeseburger conglomerate. The cheeseburger distance. The pepperoni paparazzi. You could do it, Dory. I believe in you. I believe. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather have you by my side to play the skin trombone. I'm a piece of shit, 'cause I'm in the zone. Right, Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell him. Tell him the pizza men sent you. Or else. Am I right,
God, it
boys?
took the enemy 23 minutes to cross this mountain to come over to me. Jesus Christ. I just had it set to fast. I
Yeah.
have the battle timer set to an hour, and there's 37 minutes left in the battle after fast forwarding it till I saw the first enemy.
What game are you playing?
Total War Attila.
Oh.
You know
The
how
hell?
the AI is in Total War games. They don't take risks.
Depends on which game you're playing, honestly. I heard
I've noticed
Attila
it in
was
almost
okay.
every Total War game I've played. Like, if they don't have a 90% chance to win, they'll just hunker down all the way at the back of the map in their little line until you actually push up, and then they'll push their army.
Ow! Ouch, my
I
finger.
very rarely see an enemy army attack my line if I just stand still.
What games have you played? Just curious.
All of them.
So you played Rome and Shogun 2?
Yeah, I own Rome and Shogun 2.
I'm not talking about Rome 2, by the way.
I've played the first Rome on Android.
I don't. I have not played that version.
It's the same version as PC.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you can
You're
play
scaring
Total
me.
War Medieval 2 on Android as well.
You're
If your
making.
phone's powerful enough.
You're
Mine's not. I can
tho-
play the first Rome though.
Those are
for some reason.
apocalyptic claims you're mentioning. You're freaking
Don't
me
they
out,
release
man.
them on Android?
I don't know. I know they did the remastered and gave it like a UI like it was on mobile, and it was the remastered kind of sucks because
The
it
mobile
takes out a lot of
version's-
features of the first game.
Mobile version's just the older game. In fact, graphics are worse than the PC version just to try to get it to run.
I'll take a look. It sounds interesting.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Rome.
You have to use like both your fingers to set lines and shit.
Now, Rome 1 on PC, I consider to be the pinnacle of the series. It starts going downhill from there. Now, Medieval 2 was good. It came out after Rome. It has some of the Rome DNA in it, but you start seeing some of the little things they have in there that they started adding in afterwards.
Like the religion aspect and shit.
Um, well, no, that part was interesting. I'm talking about the,
Whoa!
I forgot what they call it. I can't think about it right now, but it was, they basically started laying the framework for what the combat system they turned it into. I forgot what it's called. They had a name for it. It's silly, but basically what happens is it turns engagements into a what would have been a 2-on-1 into a 1-on-1 every time. Kill move system, I think, is what it was called, or something like that. It's basically just trying to look flashy, but it basically ruins some of the tactical aspects of it. Because, like in Rome, you put two units together, and the units in the battle will individually, like, pick and choose who they're gonna fight while the fight's going on, and you'll sometimes see them like, oh, this guy's got his back turned to me because he's fighting the other guy. Let me prioritize him real quick, and then go back to fight someone else. Well, with the kill move system thing or whatever, I forgot it was called, it don't work like that. They're just forced to, like, it's not dynamic. They're just like, they get pre-positioned by axes. You'll see them sliding around a little, and you're only allowed to fight 1-on-1, which basically defeated part of the strategy, or part of what made it interesting, or and believable, because there's supposed to be people fighting. And you start seeing a little bit of framework of that in Medieval 2, a little bit here and there. And then they fully implemented it in Empire, which I think came out after that. And that's whenever they got rid of the soundtrack, too.
What the badass soundtrack.
Yep. And, now, my experience with Empire is a little skewed because I have fan patches that try to alleviate some of the things. But it's still a thing between Napoleon and Empire. Empire's become a little bit of a cult classic, but I think that's also because of the fan mods. But some people are like, it wasn't as bad. It's
Yeah, like Darth mod and shit.
Yeah. Darth mod alleviates some of the issues with the combat. It's still there, but it's not as crippling of a notice. It's a little more fluid. I'm not sure how to put it, but it's a little more natural now after that. But yeah, so basically fan patches tried to remove jank and other stuff to some success. And then Shogun 2 came out, which pulls back a little bit towards, I'm not sure what development team. I mean, they still have the kill move system thing in there, but it's different. So whenever I rank the best Total War games, I have Rome at the peak. Medieval 2 is right next to it, petered a little bit, and then there's Shogun right next to that. Shogun 2. Didn't get to play Shogun 1 enough, but I saw enough footage to know that it would be up there too. I didn't play Medieval 1.
I'm playing the 1212 AD mod for Attila, because I don't really like Attila by itself.
Yeah. That sounds interesting.
I mean, it's an interesting time period. I just don't like a lot of the mechanics of Attila. especially when you start fighting Attila. It gets really annoying fast.
What happens? I haven't played it.
So it has this mechanic, like the sacking mechanic is really prevalent with the hordes, and the hordes act like a city, but it's an army group. So they make money off of just the more armies they have, and they can develop that army into basically being a self-functioning city.
Sounds
And
overpowered.
they get really overpowered fast.
Yeah, one of the common balances in all the Total War games is that you have upkeep for the army. That's how they try to balance you not just sweeping over the entire game right from the start. Or they put limits or whatever, some sort of trade-off. So hearing that armies are basically free money is a little curious.
Yeah. And like you can travel anywhere you want on the map and just place it down, and whenever you want to move and not make money anymore and just use it as an army group, you click a button and they're a full-blown fucking powerful 20 stack army. And then when you need money
Ouch.
again, you just click the settlement and you just make money off of it.
That's pretty crazy.
That's the only like balancy thing that's there is when they're an army group, they don't make money. They have to actually like place it down as a settlement and sit there for a couple turns.
Oh, okay.
But they can stack that 20 stack immediately, like anytime they want. Because that city is basically just a big 20 stack, and they can make multiple of them.
Yeah.
The minute you capture a city, though, if you conquer it and take it as territory, you lose the horde system. You're no
Nordic,
longer a functioning horde.
Yeah, Nordic, you still there?
Yeah.
What did you send me?
Just something. Trying to get some free shit. Never works. It's always like $1 shy. So I'm just like, maybe. Random people.
Yeah. I'll look it up. Okay, so there is something to it instead of it just being free money.
Yeah.
Oh, I was referring to what he was telling me, but
Yeah.
I'll see what I could do, Nordic. You see, here's the thing. It wants me to open a browser and put in my Google password that I don't know. And trying to reset it is trying to change the password is a whole headache of a process. But I just haven't gotten around to doing it. I did change my email password today because, well, I'm still getting brute force spam from people trying to get into my email. So I figured it was about time I changed the password on it in case they got lucky and guessed right. You know what I'm talking about. I'm still having that problem. There we go. Yeah, I'll drink some soda. I need to get me a water filter or something. Part of the reason why I don't drink enough is because I can't stand the city water, and I think it's poisoning me. I keep getting sick from it and stuff. It's making it's making me it's making me go through these gauntlets. Nordic. It keeps wanting me to like do this random shit for me to accept your link. It's like, oh, hit this and hit this. It's basically trying to bait me into thinking I'm gonna be a winner using this app. It's like, oh, spin this wheel. Oh, you got 100% off. Click this button. Oh, you got 100% off. I'm
Yeah,
like,
usually just ignore that.
yeah, well, it's telling me I have to if I want to accept the link for you. What do you mean? You were perfectly fine before. Look, as long as you're not doing a bunch of tight turns, it'll be fine. Here, let me help get you started. What I mean. Okay. Going from here, you can basically try to make a just try to make it a straight shot, basically. It seemed like you had it okay the first time. There we go. Drop that down to about, let's see, right there. Drop it here. Oops, wrong one. Like this. Freeform. I'm going to take it off of precision. I'm going to point it here. And there you go.
I'm about to be a manor lord.
And now, we just test it out, make sure it works. Did you see me on the stream? Trying to stream it for you so you can see. See, as long as you like freeformed it toward the end and just made sure it lined up, it would have worked out either way. Just no need to overthink it. And now you just gotta start working on the other side of it. Now it's like, oh, you got 30 minutes to pick 7 things. The reason why I didn't mind doing a slightly tighter curve coming in or out of an industry is because if I have to make a curve and I don't have much of a choice, it's okay, because you're gonna be slowing down for that industry anyway. The only purpose you're going there is for the industry, so you're gonna be going slow at that point. So there's no need to worry so much. You know, about 100-meter radius or nothing like that. Huh. Well, crap, I made the bridge too high. I'll have to remake this part. Yeah, that worked it out. So you see that even though I managed to connect it, I still had work to do on it. So I just remade the last part of it before I did the free form placement, and I just reduced the angle. I accidentally made it too tall, so it made like a really big dip. So I just fixed it by redoing that last part and reducing the grade on it, the angle. Yeah, you're looking pretty well lined up here to some degree. Yep, there you go. That works out perfectly. Or at least for the connection. There you go. Now you test it out. I do think there is a little bit of room for improvement here, though. You know, what I mean is, I think the connection will be a little more stable if, you know, this turn you do right here before you put down the last piece. If you just reduce the angle on it slightly so that it lines up a little bit better before you put down the final piece, I think that'll be a much better attachment. Yep. Just ease off on the curve a little bit. Bring it more towards this direction that I'm at. Just bring the rail a little towards me. No, you basically just reconnected it. That's not what I was trying to say. I said reduce the curve of it so that it'll connect a little better to that one. Just by a little bit. Basically just reconnecting it to that one isn't changing the curve at all. Just just increase the radius a little bit. Bring it slightly towards my direction. Come on, what you waiting for? Let me try. It shouldn't be that complicated. All you gotta do is hit the radius button like once or twice. Are you doing it by 100? Like, there's no way that it's making that big of a difference to where you can't line it up. I see what you're talking about now. No, I know what you're talking about. It's that gap between it being straight or not and stuff. So here's what you do. Look on my screen, okay? First of all, I see how it lines up. Alright, so I'll just drop it by 1 radiant. And I draw a line in my imaginary mind, in my head. See, that's going to be really awkward. So I'm going to draw a straight line from that switch to here. And I'm going to be like, okay, if I put it here. Okay. So if I do this. If I line it up with a turn slightly. Go. Like this. Freeform placement. There. we'll see how it works. No, no, you were right to be confused. That was an awkward situation for that. It's because you were skirting the line between being completely straight and either of the two turning angles. But see, you saw what I did there. I draw an imaginary line from the point that I want to reach to where I currently am, that it's ghost showing me. And I just tried to make that point be less and less as I went along. Why isn't the fucking spring switch activating? Incoming switches are supposed to automatically switch for you. There. You do it. Go back and forth and see what speeds it can handle. I'm gonna be honest, it handled that turn better than I thought it would. And this one. Interesting. Alright, let's turn it around. We're going back the other way. It makes sense that it would get crusty right here. This is where I had to do a really tight turn. Did it at about 80 degrees or 60. I mean 80 or 70. What was that about? Nordic, what the heck is this app you sent me?
It's the app of all apps. The app.
This seems like an engineered thing, Nordic. What is this? What did you send me to? I must know. It's like, oh my god, you're getting 500 free things, and I'm like, I don't believe you. Why is it trying so hard to get me invested into thinking I got a bunch of free stuff? Sean, do you know anything about Timo?
Emo.
Timu or whatever.
I know about Timu, yeah.
The hell is it?
Like Wish. It's one of those, like, cheap product websites. Some of the stuff's alright, but a lot of it's just junk. My landlord uses it, and he says he gets some good stuff off of there every now and then, but it's not really a website I use.
Yeah, Nordic sent me this link thing to join it so that he can get, like an invite link. And this whole time, it's just been non-stop on my screen. Oh my god, you got 20 free gifts, you got 5 free gifts, you got 6 free gifts, you're a dude. And it's like, oh my, what the fuck is this? It's trying so hard to get me invested. Like a really, really aggressive scam artist. God. Got special rewards for you. Oh my god. It's like, just leave me alone. I don't want no credit or nothing. Just leave me alone. Like when you say that your 15-year-old got some stuff on it, what do you mean?
What do you mean 15-year-old? I said my landlord.
I'm not you. Sorry, I was talking to someone else. Please forgive me, Sean. Don't hate me anymore. Forgive my body. Rejection scream. I was just asking for some elaboration. That's all I was curious about what you were saying. Dory. Who's this friend in Kentucky you keep mentioning? Anyways.
Vegetables. Find those vegetables.
Flip a card to cut more price. Okay. So according to this Timo app, I have like 30 things they're supposed to be sending me for free. What is this? You know what's gonna happen, Sean?
What?
It's gonna say if you want these items, you better give us your card information. That's
Yep.
that's what I bet's gonna happen. It's gonna try to hold you hostage. I've seen this stuff before. It's making you go through all these hoops and loops because it's trying to make you think you're invested. It's like, oh my god, surprise, you got a present. Wow, look at this, you're so lucky. You got this lucky one of a time 20% off bonus. Now you got 100% off because those put together. And I'm like, I haven't even seen the freaking main menu to this thing yet. It's just been doing this for the past 40 minutes. Like, I've just been sitting here, it's just been doing non-stop pop-ups. And I'm like, why? Uh-oh, I got 20,000 coins, whatever that means. Oh boy, I'm extra special.
Oh yeah, you are.
Wow, I've gotten another 20,000 coins for some reason. I didn't do anything. It must be my lucky day, just like it says. And there's like broken English in here too, here and there. It's not as bad as or obvious as most of these things, but it's like an Eastern salesman. Like, oh god, look at that! You got some points. Look at that.
Hell.
You did what you needed to do.
I served my time.
Yeah. I need one more person to do it. I got 10 cents left, and then I get my shit for free.
You're welcome for suffering through all this. Oh no, a free gift puzzle. Wow. I'm a lucky guy. What's that? I got another free whatever these coins are? Wow. Look, some other guy got something free. Now I got something free. Don't care. In shipment, yeah. It keeps asking me stuff and I keep closing it, but it still pops up like, oh my god, look at that. You got all these. Congrats. You get 6 more free things. And I'm like, no. That's not how reality works. Watch it turn out that they're using your phone as a Bitcoin miner while they're doing all this. You're basically just getting used. Yep, just waiting on you. Right, Sean?
Yeah.
Tell him. Pizza man. Yeah. You scared me. There's room for improvement, but I think this works for now. Huh. Thanks. You gonna try it out for me? Alright. Give it a go. See how tight this turn looks? This is how you know you really gotta slow down a little bit. I'll put some signs down that says slow if you want it. Or you can put them down, it's up to you. Well, that worked out. Because winter's here. Hooray! Yeah, there's some imperfections here and there in the how efficient it is. Like that downgrade right there, I could eliminate that if I tinker with it enough, but anyone else is welcome to if they can do it. But what if winter comes? What's gonna happen, Sean?
Then you'll have baby winters.
Oh, what's that mean? I could do that part better too. See how it connects to the triple switch right there, where it kind of ramps a little bit, but it works. So fuck it, I don't care. Yep, you can fuck with it later.
I guess the raiders in this game ain't too bad. It's like, raiders took 6 berries.
Oh god, not the Raiders.
I saw someone complaining about the raiders on Manor Lords, like, stupid that they just take a set amount of resources. If you have your retinues, they don't really take your shit. And what I like about that over this other game I played, that other medieval city builder, what the hell is it called?
Banished?
No. Farthest Frontier. That's what it's called. So, like,
Interesting.
you don't have a few dudes and watchtowers. You could just get randomly raided by groups of 20 to 30 raiders, and they'll just wipe your entire town out and steal all your supplies and ruin your game. And you have to start over.
That sounds pretty rough.
If you set yourself up defense-wise, it's not too bad, but it does get pretty annoying early game. Because if you don't, it's randomized when it happens, like they attack, so like you could be barely set up with one single watchtower and your whole town just gets fucking wiped. Let's put it on peaceful mode, but where's the fun in that?
I guess that's for city builder people to find out. To know, I mean. Did you like my joke?
Yeah. What's
Thanks.
cool about Manor Lords is it like combines like a lot of mechanics from other games. I mean, I'm sure you watched videos on it. It's interesting to see how the retinue mechanics, like building big armies. Apparently, it's got some total worried gameplay to it. But I don't know, I'm not there yet. I have 30 people living in my city.
Cool. I watched Hammer play with it a little bit with Parsec last night. It looked pretty good. It had some good visual clarity to it too.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Parts of it actually look real photorealistic.
Yeah, I noticed that. And whenever he was like walking around and stuff, like it was a solid frame rate and there was like visual clarity. The fidelity was really good. Like I could see what's going on in front of him and it looked clear. Which is well, you know how I feel about that.
Yeah. It doesn't have any bullshit gimmicky effects behind it.
Yeah, and it's
like
not
the
like
solar flares, sun flares.
yeah, and it's not all blurry entirely. Like the textures are pretty clear of what.
The shadows on the trees during the sunset look so good.
Yeah. You see, keep in mind that that's an indie game, if I remember.
Yeah, it is.
And so that's part of why I'm not too surprised. Indie games tend to get a lot of good details right. Or, you know, when I say details, I'm also referring to like gameplay and how it feels too. It depends on what kind of game it is, you know, obviously, but you know.
I need a second storehouse.
That's a lot of fucking.
I really like the builder tool on this. Like, it's really nice and fluid.
Yeah.
The way
You
you
know,
can build houses and roads.
before they put the game out on early access, something that caught my attention, the developer said something kind of humbling, a little humble as far as like their position. They were a little nervous because they were concerned about hype getting out of hand. And they were worried that if hype gets too high, that it's never going to be enough. That no matter what happens, there will be a lot of disappointment. And yeah, I mean, I understand that. Usually you won't hear a whole lot about some of that stuff with regular publishers and stuff like that.
was about to say it's kind of rare for a indie game like this that's a city builder to get so much hype that it did.
Man, I tell you, I'll be honest with you, man. I get hyped for indie games. They're usually really good. I've had so much fun with them.
It's just there's already been a few Manor Lord-esque type games.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way that those devs marketed.
Well, I'm not even sure what Manor Lords exactly is. It looks like a city builder that you can walk around in, like in Tropico.
Well, it's a city builder, and it's also like you can capture and claim, like lay claims on territories and go to war. You can create big army groups, and it's got like a total war type command system to it. That's like late game.
Yeah.
And so far, from what I've seen off of like YouTube, I think they said you could form like, I think it's like 6 groups, and like each one has like 36 men in it. And then when you like build your manor house, you can add like barracks that give you a couple extra spaces to add more. And then you can recruit mercenaries. You can get kind of a big army, but that's one thing that they were warning people about was like don't get too excited over the like war system right now, because it's really bare bones and there's not really a lot of diplomacy yet. Like later on they're thinking about trying to get like whole trade agreement things and non-aggression pact, all that kind of crap. Be interesting.
Yeah. See, I didn't look too much into Manor Lords. I've heard a little bit about it. I knew about it existing, but I was just gonna wait and see when it came out.
Yeah, that's smart.
That's typically what I do.
I'm just afraid I might get bored with it like most city builder games I get.
Well,
I haven't played it for 2 hours yet, so I'm kind of just trying it out.
well, some games I kind of know how I get with some of them, so so some games I pace myself. Uh oh. Uh oh. Oh God. Oh God, that was close. I did not want to clean that mess up. Anyways, some games I just have to pace myself with because I know that there will be some how do I put it? Some genres I get a little finicky with depending on how I'm feeling, or a little more tired of, a little more easily depending on how the gameplay is.
Yeah.
So I'll take frequent, instead of like binging it, I'll come back to it like every a day or so, or a few hours. You know, pace it out a little bit, and then
Now that you say that, that might be a good idea. Just play it for a couple hours, get a good kind of like setup,
mhm.
take a break for
Yeah.
later too. Come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Gives your brain time to kind of
Take it in.
relax. Yeah, take it in, and when you come back to it, you might actually have some better ideas when you were playing it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, there's been some games where I just couldn't get. But then I came back to it later and it just clicked. The eureka moment, you know? And that's because I let it set, you know? I didn't try to force it down my throat to where couldn't, to where it made me dizzy or nothing. Or overwhelmed me. Some genres I know I'll absolutely get deep into, so I have to prepare myself. Like when it comes to like some games, like management games, like Stellaris, Hearts of Iron, I know that's going to be most of the day affair. And if I know that I'm feeling not so hot with how I process stuff, with feeling, you know, with my health, then I'll be like, no, I can't do it because I know it's going to happen. My health's going to spiral because I'll get too into the particulars, you know? Because I like to micromanage. I like to reduce micromanaging when the game lets me, but if a game has a lot of micromanaging, it'll make me sicker. Because since there's not a way to like automate or make it easier not to micromanage, the game makes me have to check everything every few seconds, and I'll get worried because I'm like, oh, what if it's this? What if it's that? And then I'll just keep checking over and over, and it'll drive my stress up, you know? It's
Hearts
so,
of Iron does that to me.
yeah, that's why you hear me outright saying no, I can't do that today. Whenever Nordics or not Nordic, but whenever Hammer says like, let's play this strategy game, and I'm like, I know it's gonna happen. I'm not gonna play that game. That's part of why I was somewhat okay with a couple of other specific games because there's automation options like AI War or Supreme Ruler, give or take. Still have to set up for Supreme Ruler, but you can mostly hands off of it here and there when it comes to certain details. Now, but you know, you get the point. Like, if I wasn't feeling like certain ways at certain times, you know, I could do, I could handle things a lot easier when it comes to a lot of stuff. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles for me right now. I've been in bad health for a little while because of various reasons, things happening. Just been taking it day by day.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, bitch. That's too tight of a term. Not happy now.
It's cool when you zoom out too, because it like shows like a hand-drawn map.
Yeah.
Shows your buildings and stuff. It's
Like in
cool.
Kingdom Come Deliverance, right?
Yeah. Like that map style.
Yeah, it's pretty
That's
cool.
very similar. Yeah.
Even though Kingdom Come Deliverance was janky and buggy when it came out, of course it got updates. They did update it and made it improvements, but
love that game.
it got a lot of praise for its themes and accuracies and details.
Like, you actually feel like you're learning how to use a sword for the first time in that game.
Oh yeah, that's by design too. It's meant to make you feel that way. That was one of the selling points for the game. You know, you're just some nobody.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm gonna refrain from any spoilers, but you gain skills and stuff by doing things. You know, the older scrolls kind of way, and you know, in other RPGs.
I loved how alchemy worked in that.
Oh yeah, that was interesting. I played around with that for a little while myself.
It's actually like really hands-on.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. You have to like turn it a certain amount of times and heat it up and
Yeah. I found like shit like that is actually kind of interesting.
yeah, and it also does that thing where you can make stuff even if you didn't have it learned already.
Yeah.
Which I love it when games do that.
You just
Or-
learn how to make it by mixing random ingredients and shit.
Yeah, and then whenever you play if you like replay the game again or look it up, you're like, oh, I could make this recipe because I looked it up or I already know. Instead of it having to be like oh boy, you have to learn it because we say so, you know, arbitrary. Instead of it being arbitrary, you can kind of roleplay it as in you already knew it somehow, you know? Which is part of what the core and heart of role-playing is about. It's about you, you know, having decisions and choices and the freedom to make them. You know, like how I mentioned that one guy talking about him playing Fallout 1, where he slept with this mafia boss's daughter and his wife, and then took over.
That's what made New Vegas really popular compared to 3 was, well, it was made by the same director of the first game, but it was
Yeah,
more open-ended on the choices. There's more dynamic interactions and shit. It gave you the choice on what you wanted to do. You weren't like branched off to one path for being a certain character. That's part of why I just don't really like Fallout 4 or 3. Like it's basic Bethesda tropes. You got a main quest line like, oh, save your father or save your son, and then it kind of opens the game world up to you a little bit. But
yeah, a lot of people had issue with that. And then you have like the really vague, deciding what you say thing,
yeah,
which a lot of the time doesn't say what you think it's gonna say or want it to say, but it's so vague that it's not even accurate. Like, how would you think, how would you think compliment would be you being an asshole? You know what I'm saying? But there's that's why there's mods like, oh, you'll know what you're actually gonna say. You know.
But even then, like when you know what you say, it's Bethesda went really basic with the dialogue tree for it's just like be nice, be mean, ask a question, or be sarcastic.
Yep. And with the mod, it tells you exactly what you're gonna say,
Yeah.
which
I
is
always
very
knew
preferable.
I always knew that if you press square or X if you're on Xbox, that you'd be sarcastic. If you press A, you'd be really nice and agreeable. Press B, that was always the be an asshole option.
Yeah, but the funny thing about the Fallout thing was like sometimes you would say or do some things that goes beyond what that vague description would be.
Like you just try to be a little sarcastic or something.
And then he fucking shoots the guy or something.
Like, you're a fucking piece of shit. Go fuck yourself.
and pulls out a gun or something.
And you get in a full-on firefight with people you didn't want to fight.
It's like, dude, I was just trying to make a witty comment. Jeez. Father of the Year, I guess. You know what's so funny though? There's like this disconnect in the game. It's like, I better go find my son. The settlement needs your help. Oh boy, I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah. It's like, why would I be focusing on anything other than trying to save my infant son?
Yeah, the first thing you do in the game is get set up into base building. Like, before anything happens in the plot. I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Obviously something does happen because of the intro, but you know what I mean.
At least some of the side quests in Fallout 3 kind of branch off for you to get progress towards the main quest. Like, when the first area you run into in Fallout 3 is Megaton, and you're trying to find your father, so you start asking around, right?
And it's
this guy's like, I know where your father is, but you need to give me money for me to tell you. You don't have money because you just got out of the vault. So you do a couple quests for him, or you just do a couple quests around the town. I mean, it wasn't bad.
Yeah, in Fallout 3 you get engaged immediately. And not, and like, even with just, like, if you ignore any interactions with NPCs, the level design engages you. Like, there's a road. The first thing you see is a road in this big open area, and your eyes are naturally drawn to Megaton. Because it's, like, right there, the distance, kind of, off. And
but
it's,
really
in the way, in the... Yeah, I know, right? And the way the valley is designed right there when you come out of the vault for the first time in the road, it naturally draws your eyes toward that direction anyway. Just by naturally the formation of everything. It's brilliant, really. It's pretty smart.
Yeah, like, if you forget Fallout 4, I actually really liked Fallout 3. But when 4 came out, it just makes me hate the whole main plotline concept of 3.
But at least it was more, cause like,
yeah, it was actually designed in a decent way.
Yeah, cause like, if you look at 4, I gotta go save my son, and you're immediately put into base building. But Fallout 3, I'm looking for my dad, and you immediately have options to engage with that plot thread.
Minutemen, we're trying to help the wasteland, like every other fucking faction says in the game.
Right, and I feel like 3 does the plot stuff a lot better too, because like I mentioned, you immediately get engaged because you can ask people. You go to Megaton and you can ask about your dad and all this other stuff, and like you mentioned, the guy with the money or whatever.
And you actually had to, like, well, at least in New Vegas, like, you couldn't just become a part of a faction. You had to work for it and do a bunch of quests and gain actual, relations with them and shit.
I feel like Fallout 3 is basically the same in that regard as well. Because I don't remember...
Fallout 3 just sets you up to become a part of the Brotherhood of Steel after your father dies. It forces you to go down into the tunnels and save that doctor chick, and once you go through there, you end up helping the Brotherhood of Steel. Unless you actually, like, you end up getting kidnapped, and it does open it up, so you're not wrong, but... Well, even then, like, if you help the Enclave gets destroyed by the Brotherhood in the game.
Well,
so you can't really help any other faction take over besides the Brotherhood.
I didn't think about the DLC, because the DLC came out when I was about done with the game and around when I went homeless, just before I went homeless.
That's base game. That's not DLC.
Well, no, the base game you die at the end, but the DLC gives you the after thing.
Yeah, but you destroy the Enclave in the base game. Like, after, before you kill yourself, you get kidnapped by the Enclave, and they're having a, like, civil war between Colonel Augustus and...
I was talking about the Brotherhood thing that you're talking about. But yeah, I remember the Enclave. I think you had an option to become the president, if I remember right. But I
Yeah,
don't
but
really remember that too well, so I might be wrong.
you get to become part of the Enclave, but
I
like
spent so
said,
much time exploring and fucking around in 3 that I don't remember the Enclave route that well.
like the end of the game set up for the Enclave to just get completely wiped out.
Yeah.
Because you help the Brotherhood either way get to Project Purity and wipe out most of the Enclave.
I think you're right about that. But I don't remember good enough.
And the Enclave always attack you no matter what. Even if you help President Eden.
Yeah.
All the random encounters with the Enclave, they're automatically hostile.
Yeah, but to be fair, that is part of the plot.
Yeah.
So I can't be too hard on it for that.
But that's just
they're not set up as a blank slate, you know. And like in the first and second game, factions aren't a blank slate either. They're either immediately hostile to you or not. It's like the Enclave in I think it was this first game. You have to blow them up. You don't have a choice in the first game, or is it the second, or both of them? Either way, the Enclaves get fucked either way.
I think it's the first game where the chosen one destroys the oil rig.
I don't remember. I just remember the Enclave being in both of them. I'm really rusty on my knowledge with that.
Because the oil rig was like the main base of the Enclave, and when it got destroyed, the Enclave just become scattered.
Isn't it the second one where you infiltrate the Enclave? You sneak in?
I think it is, because
yeah, because you blow them up in that one too. The one where you sneak in, I think, or you kill them or something. You do something to them, because that's the one where the drill sergeant guy, that you could fuck with. When you try to sneak in, and he like
doesn't like us talking at all.
I guess he's probably trying to watch something.
I don't know. Nordic has been pissing me off.
Nordy boy.
Like anytime I start talking about something, he's got some sly comment.
Yeah,
he's trying to make me look stupid. It pisses me off. I haven't said anything to him. I've been trying to let it go, but it's really starting to get to me.
Well, I don't remember that part, but I do know that about him talking, like in general, he'll do it too. He does it with me too, where if I'm talking, he just will be not interested. Because unless it's something that he's interested in or involved with talking about personally, he'll just kind of just disengage, check out.
But he doesn't know how to socialize.
No. He has a hard time with that.
One thing I've really had to learn how to get out of my job, I have to talk to people constantly.
Yeah,
I just get annoyed with people in general. It's hard for me to join this TeamSpeak or anybody's call in general when I get home, because I just want to disassociate. I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to be alone in my own bubble. But I don't get that. I never do. I'm just always being bothered by somebody or getting called or texted or something, and it drives me insane.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Not so much you, but just...
Well, I know what it's like.
People in general.
I try to focus on what I want to do. Like, if I don't want to talk about anything, I'll just leave it at that and just be like, I'm just gonna listen. Because sometimes listening to you guys talk about stuff kind of just relaxes me a little bit, like it's background noise. But yeah, everybody here likes you. I mean, I know. I think even if Norik might have teased you a couple of times, he's
I don't
never had
feel
anything
very
bad to say
welcome
about you.
in this call half the time. Not gonna lie.
I don't know what. I don't know. Everybody likes you though.
It's
Look,
just
to be
more
honest
of
with you,
my own personal shit. Like
well,
my brain tells me that I say something or do stuff that annoys people, and I end up fucking myself over and out of friendships because I'll do and say something wrong because I worry about doing or saying something wrong.
oh yeah, I've been there myself. I do that. Yeah.
It kind of
But
makes it hard for me to want to talk to new people and make new friends.
well, you can't. Well, here's a rule of thumb for me. If you're not sure, if you're in like a mood where you're not sure if you're gonna bring up something that you know that John might get ratty with, and you're not feeling like putting up with that, just stick with Seth. Or let me know, and I'll be chill about it. Cause like as long as I know where you're coming from when you're bringing it up, I can like understand what's going on. But sometimes I get a little confused about the context, just cause I can't. Sometimes I'm just not feeling too good, so I get a little confused. I get mixed up. But Seth and I, we're usually, I try, but like I mentioned to you a second ago, I get a little confused depending on what's charged at me, if it sounds charged.
Yeah.
But you can't go wrong with Seth. He's always good like that, and that's partially what the fuck. Oh, the switch wasn't. Son of a bitch. What's wrong with these switches? Give me a second. I just fucking derailed. Because when you're on what I call oncoming for a switch, it'll do what's called a spring, where it will automatically rotate to where you're coming in from and set the switch. But this triple switch is refusing to set itself, and me, I wasn't even thinking about it. I was like, la 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 la. Well, guess what? I derailed because it didn't spring or whatever the fuck they call it. So yeah, I'm just like, wait a minute, why am I floating in the air? Uh-oh, why am I falling? But no, I get into fights with John about that stuff a lot sometimes, about him being, you weren't here for it, but I gave him shit several times. I was trying to talk to Seth about Final Fantasy the other day, and John just kept doing that thing, because he's been in a real bad mood lately. To where he just, everything I say, he just wants to nitpick the shit out of, and it pissed me off, and I told him to shut the fuck up. And he left because he probably realized he was being an ass. And he came back a few minutes later, and we just went on like nothing happened. You know? I felt bad because I got mad at him, but I had to say it, you know? And even if John is being an ass, sometimes he'll reflect on it and he'll be like, yeah, I was an ass. You know? But that's the thing. Um, I've been through a lot with John, and we've gotten into a lot of fights. Like earlier, he started getting political, and I was like, "Oh God, come on, John." I don't know if you were here, but he started bringing up politics. I'm like, "Come on, man," and then he shut up.
Not politics, not in the workplace.
Well, I just, you know what I mean. I don't want to deal with that shit right now. I dealt enough with it in fucking college. All right, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with the weirdo shit. You know, not in the mood right now. And you notice how he stopped. He kind of changed the subject after that. Yeah.
Everybody's got their own idea of shit.
Just because he knew. John and I've been around each other to where sometimes, if you tell John, like, you know, he's usually okay with it. He might be a little abrasive at first, but he understands. It's just, he gets kind of confused in a different way. But he'll understand. And that's part of, you know, like, there's been a few times in the past where I'm like, I don't feel like talking about that right now. And he's like, okay. Of course, I don't really say it so patiently anymore. But that's just because that's just how it is right now. But sometimes you gotta rein him in like that a little bit. Like, I'm not in the mood to put up with that, hear any about it right now. Or something. But yeah, that's just how it is. But the point I'm making is he's not just gonna flip a switch and start hating you all of a sudden for no reason. You gotta really do something to screw him over for that to happen. You know? And even then, depending on what it was and whether or not you made it right with him or not, he may just get over it. You know, it really depends. This is gonna get annoying. This is getting annoying to me. I'm never gonna use a triple fucking switch again.
Triple switch.
Yeah, it's a switch that goes in 3 directions.
What that triple switch do?
At least that's what I'm calling it. I don't know what its actual name is. Look, this is how I got started in computers when I was a kid. I would just come up with my own terminology for the stuff. I didn't know what most of it was. I just figured out how it worked, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what a motherboard was. Of course, I figured it out because I could read. But, you know. That was the only hurdle I had to overcome in college. Was understanding what they prefer to call things. Some things I was not used to their terminology. And then I learned how to wire an Ethernet cable. And do a little bit of server stuff, but that's stuff I would have known anyway. So I didn't really pick it much from college other than that. You mainly just go for the certification. Yeah, the bit of piece of paper.
A lot of that stuff's starting to go out the window. There's a lot of companies that are starting to go for experience now.
Oh yeah, well no, they always gone for experience. To tell you the truth, I wasn't guaranteed to get a job, and the teacher was very experienced. He was basically retired. And he's like, I'm gonna be straight with you guys. there's a good chance you'll never get to work in this field, even if you're certified. And that's actually been a common thing that's been brought up about going to college. Like, I'm talking about like regular college, not trade school.
Yeah.
Is you'll more than likely not get a job for a long time because work experience is always prioritized, like you just said. Now, trade school, on the
Yeah,
other
I was about
hand,
to say, trade schools can be really good. 'Cause they can set you up with apprenticeships and shit.
right, it's better than to deal with that than college. Because you learn actual skills that are like in demand. Well, I mean, college jobs are in demand too, but like these get you to work right away, and they're
It
like
depends on what you
they're
go for. To
they're
college for.
specialized work.
Like I've seen so many people go to college for like just business,
Uh huh.
and then they end up getting some management job somewhere they didn't even want to work.
Yeah, there. I mean, yeah. At the technical college I was going to, they did like trucker shit and machinery and things like that. Those types of jobs are are jobs that are more practical, so you're more than likely to get hired out of the gate. Don't know much about the trucker one, but my friend that I went to college with, his dad has been a trucker for a long time. He said it was so.
Yeah, I was about to say, from what I've heard from a lot of truckers I talk to, and I talk to them regularly, it's still a trade that's really hard to get manpower for.
Yeah, he said that that's always gonna be a thing.
There's always going to be companies that need goods transported and not enough people to drive semis.
It just comes down to basic logistics theory, I guess, or whatever it's called. Can't think of the term, but you get what I mean.
It's not really too hard.
Oh yeah, they get
Just
paid
gotta
really well.
gotta get a CDL.
Yep, and then that's part of what the college courses were for at the school I was going to. But they also taught you how to work on it too. Like if you have a breakdown or something's going on with the engine, they teach you how to check it and everything. Yep, they even had like practical truck models out back that I looked at where they're like actual trucks that they let people practice on. It was pretty cool. The thing about my course was several years condensed into a couple of months. I was at school for over 8 hours a day.
Jesus
I
Christ.
had day classes and night classes. And because I also double majored because it was literally the same classes. So I did computer support specialist and networking specialist, which was literally the same class. I got Microsoft certified. And I forgot what other certifications I picked up. All I had left was the main one, and I got sick because of my ex. She was paranoid and would pester me, and I'd had a seizure every day. So I went from being ahead of the class to having to drop the class because I couldn't take the test. Which was going to be free, by the way. Normally, you have to pay multiple hundreds of dollars to take that test. But I scored so high on their entrance tests, they paid me to go to school there.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my sister has right now. Like she's getting paid to go to school.
Oh yeah. I saved up a few $1,000s. Everything is paid for. Though the people were so I could have signed up for literally anything I wanted there. Because the people they were freaking out. They never had anyone score as perfect as I did. Apparently, or that's what they told me. And they implied that if the test scores were allowed to go higher than what the test actually let you go, they implied that I would have scored a bigger score than what their tests were scoring for, which is a lot to take in. But I mean, I was happy about it, but you know, I kind of grew up around like that stuff, you know. Like they gave me an IQ test a long time ago, and they said I was a prodigy genius.
To use those genius skills to make us some money.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that dude's dad that was in the trucking, he was pretty cool. I found out he was also in the Navy. Mhm. He told me about his Navy days.
He's a seaman.
Yeah. Cause I was having trouble getting in touch with the different branches.
Now Nordic's playing hell loose.
That had an update recently.
And he's not playing with us.
I know, right? That's how I feel.
I'm gonna get on hell loose.
I was actually planning on playing it with him earlier, but he was playing. I was watching him play Dragon's Dogma.
I'm gonna poke him.
Yeah, poke him.
I'm gonna put HLL.
You know, I got a lobby for that. You know.
Gonna give him a little poke. Oh, they changed the main menu screen. I actually like that.
Yeah, they came out with a new map, and I don't know what else. They came out with some new stuff. I have a channel lobby called Let Hell Loose. I'm clever, I know.
God, that's the most clever fucking thing I've ever heard.
Thank you, man. I worked really hard on that one. Totally didn't think of it in the spur of the moment at the last second. Alright, it's time for our first big wood delivery.
Hell Rat Rouge. You like to deliver big wood, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Very
Kind of
cool.
satisfying. Hey, Dory. Can you go snag the caboose with the big red light on it? And I'll meet you at the cross section up here on the bridge.
Server queue is full. This shit. Never heard my server queue being full in my life before this fucking game.
Interesting.
But God forbid 5+ people are trying to join the same server.
It's because the server's full.
Let me fucking sit in the queue and wait. They're clicking 30 different. 30 different fucking servers hoping I get in the queue.
You can look before you join usually.
I know, but even servers that say they have 88 players on them, I'm clicking on it, and its server queue is full.
Oh,
How?
right. That doesn't account for the VIPs on there. Every server has VIP slots that get prioritized, so they don't count towards the regular public thing. Yeah, but I don't really know the particulars. Whenever it does that, that's just usually what I guess, because I really don't know the details. I could be wrong. There could be just 5 VIPs. I ain't got a clue. But I do know that it's a thing.
There's nothing I hate more in this world than tall people. Or what I like to call them, biggers.
Big. Who's teaching you to talk like that?
Ever since I moved into this town, we've been attacked, and my wife's been called a bigger lover. It's an actual video. It's like this midget, and he's dressed up like a KKK, and it has this like History Channel theme to it.
Oh God, like a documentary.
Yeah. It's like the small power movement started in the early 1930s
That's
due to
great.
discrimination against small people. And it's showing like
Small power.
like toilets and shit. It'll show like a small toilet.
Segregation.
It's honestly a really brilliant video because it kind of symbolizes how like even people who are discriminated against can become the racists themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. We see examples of that today.
This video kills me. I'll have to see the video.
Sometimes, you know, the saying, 2 wrongs don't make a right. You know what I mean, Vern? Hey, where you at? Oh, you're up there. I'm just sitting here on this bridge looking around like, what's taking Dory so long?
Midget supremacists.
I didn't mean the switch on that bridge. I meant the 90-degree crossing on the one that I'm on already. That's fine. I'll come in here. Can you grab the switch for me, please? I'm gonna delete that freaking thing. Hold on a second. You know what? Don't even bother. I'm gonna fix this. I am not putting up with this. I'm gonna delete that switch and put in a regular switch. Oh no, you got the switch set right. Too bad. It deserves to be destroyed. Fucker thinks he can mess with my turf. Alright, switch.
This video is gold, dude.
There. Yeah, send it to me. I'll check it out in a minute.
I just sent it to you.
I'll check it out when I'm not streaming it. Streaming the game.
It kills me. Even the food was segregated. It shows a picture of a long hot dog and then a short one. Oh my god.
Long hot dog and a short hot dog. Until they add the feature to where those 3-way switches are actually going to switch over, I'm not going to use them anymore. That's too much of a freaking headache. I like when I don't have to fuck with nothing. It does help if I have a helper though, but still. Alright, go ahead and drop that beefy down. Drop that caboose. You got the one with the glowing red light on it, right? Okay, good. There we go. Okay. You ever see that Dave Chappelle joke where the guy was blind, but he
The
was like,
blind black white supremacist. Yes.
yeah.
Clayton Bigsby is his name.
Clayton Bigsby.
Clayton Bigsby. He wrote a book. And he divorced his wife
Because of those reasons that we can't say.
Well, they got the white dude to
Oh,
say
my
that.
game crashed.
Like that was in a kind of documentary style too, and they had the white dude say that.
It
The
was
old
like a
white
news
guy.
special or something.
What the fuck was his name? I forgot his name.
I'm about to restart Steam and rehost.
It was William Bogart. Or Bogart.
God.
Dude was born in 36. He's fucking 83 years old when he died. Died in 20.
My God.
He lived in New York his whole life. Holy shit. I was born in New York State.
Don't forget to restart your Steam.
Oh god.
I've been having some, I was talking to Dory. I might have to reinstall Steam. It's been crashing the past couple days. You have an unused Lyft coupon. Well, too bad I'm not planning on using it. Too bad for Lyft. Am I right, guys? Am I right? Okie dokie. Boo, 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 boo. You want to move Nordic back up here, or I should be saving like a mad crazed gerbil. fast. Oh, jeez. I don't know how far back that was. Supposed to save every 10 minutes. That moved up. I think I fixed my audio issues. Sean. Sean, you there? Well, thankfully, since I was waiting for you on the bridge, it saved it then. Gotta be very careful about using that brake too hard. Alright, I'm gonna delete us the switch. Straight. Right in the kisser. Oh. Pow, right in the kisser.
Pow, why are you trying to kiss her? Pow, why are you trying to kiss her?
'Cause I'm gay. I'm
For
gay.
thinking of you.
Oh.
Gay for trying and gay for sighing. I'm gay for loving you.
About to touch your arms in a minute. Is your favorite scene from Justice League when Batman sings that blue song for Wonder Woman?
I didn't watch Justice League. I haven't watched a superhero movie in fucking years.
Oh no, that was the series. I forgot that was even a thing. So you know how Batman the Animated Series is kind of the pinnacle of Batman, somewhat, to the point to where they've adapted the characters that they fleshed out in that series into the actual you know, formats. Alright, you can take the break off now. Thank you. Looks like it's working. Well, Justice League is a direct continuation of that. I think the end of the Justice League and its sequel was like the end of that era of them like doing those things, or at least where they were allowed to, because you know they had some more stuff in mind. I don't remember specifically when and where, but yeah. So there's this part where Wonder Woman and Batman kind of start becoming a bit friendly, and she saves his ass from something, and she tells him that he's gonna have to, if she pulls it off, he's gonna have to sing, I think it's called I'm Blue or something. And so, well, she does it, and he gets to, and they play it out, and he actually sings it. And, yeah, it's interesting, because Batman. But yeah, they had a lot of interesting episodes. Like, there's this one episode where there's like an alternate World War II. And then there's like this alternate universe version where Superman just goes crazy and starts fucking lobotomizing everybody. That's a villain. And the introduction to it is crazy, because like Doomsday shows up, and the Justice League is like, oh shit. Then all of a sudden another version of Superman shows up and just fucking like shoots lasers into his brain, and immediately pacifies him. And they're like, what the hell? And so you have this, so you end up having a Batman meeting another Batman thing dynamic going on, where they have this interesting discussion on opposing sides. It's actually pretty smart, some of the stuff they do with it. I haven't really seen it fully myself. I just seen. Yeah, I just remember some parts and some stuff I looked up. Batman ends up getting pissed because the other Batman's just sitting there with that New World Order bullshit and just being like, okay. There's a guy, Batman watches a guy get thrown out of a diner because he offended somebody. And he's like, really? This is what you wanted? You know? And Batman, the older universe Batman's basically does a, oh, come on!
Ow, my fucking ears! Either these guys got shitty fucking mics or my shit's way too loud.
Yeah. It's usually too loud in the game when it comes to the voice.
I don't know what they've done to the audio in these last updates, but they've like broken it. Every time there's a like bomb in the background, like the standard map bomb explosions in the background, it makes my headphones pop. It's the only game it does it on anywhere.
My headphones have been doing that too, but it's been on multiple things. Sometimes they'll just do it randomly. But I also had other issues with my audio too. But what I did is I went to the device properties today, Then I switched the hertz with the channels, and that seems like that fixed it. Because I haven't had any of that happen since I did that. And the same thing with my previous headphones. I had to change the device hertz and channels. I'm not sure if that's what you're dealing with, but it might help to try, you know.
This is a studio quality headset. Supposed to be able to go up to the highest frequency. I've never fucked with it.
Yeah.
I'm not like using Windows sound settings. I have a device that I plug my headset into called a DAC. And it's got like an equalizer on it I can mess with, change the audio with. It's got a couple like standard settings too.
Does
There's like
Windows recognize your device though?
Yes, I have to download an app and software for it to run.
Oh, okay. Well, you could still, you should probably see about tinkering with it still. It recognizes the
'cause-
device.
Probably because the gain's high and I have it on, what the fuck is this word called? It's like a enhancement mode. It like enhances footsteps and gunshots. So.
Yeah, there are some parts of all the animated series universe and connected universe animated series things that were, there was a lot of sad moments in there here and there. Like that part when that little girl was dying, that was a villain, and she was scared, so Batman stayed with her to comfort her. That's the thing about Batman that I think some people don't understand or miss out on. That makes Batman such an interesting, good character. He's not there just to kick ass. He does other things too.
I like Batman because he's not a superhero because he has some like superpower or any kind of like weird mutagen helping him pave the way. He's just some rich guy that makes all these gadgets that can actually fight people with superpowers.
Yeah, he puts the work in. He had to make all that happen, even if he is rich.
Yeah. You have to do all that training and shit.
Yeah.
And even then, like, I feel like you can relate to Batman a lot more as a superhero because he's more human than most superheroes. He actually deals with personal issues.
Yeah.
It,
Man, Batman could hit deep, honestly.
and it's more like impactful, like story-wise. It's getting killed by the Joker and all that shit.
Yeah.
Makes good storytelling. I never liked Superman too much. Like, I always thought his character was boring and the villain, Lex Luthor, all that shit. It was just boring.
Yeah.
I never really liked Green Lantern. I liked Wonder Woman.
I think there was one episode where Lex Luthor was dying, and Superman and him. I forgot what they did. Lex
I feel
Luthor
like-
basically gave himself cancer, but because he fucked around too much.
I feel like the only reason why I like Deadpool is because he's played right by Ryan Reynolds. I don't even see him as Deadpool, I just see Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah. Look, Dory, I don't know shit
I
about
like
that
the
stuff.
Avengers and stuff. I watched that.
The only reason why I knew Batman exists was because of my dad. And that's about the extent of it. I don't really know much. Only thing I know about comics is what's been summarized on YouTube. Otherwise, I just know about the animated series, and I learned about some of the other stuff, and then the original 90s, 80s movie. The only reason why I know about some of that stuff is because I looked it up. Dory is saying I'll let you boys talk about your comic books. I ain't never read a comic book.
I never got into comic books either.
My dad would come visit, and he'd want to watch Batman, the animated series, and that's how I knew about it. Otherwise, I would never have seen it. I didn't have television. Oh, I'm not taking you that seriously. I'm not upset. I'm just clarifying for you. Like, I didn't even know Harley Quinn didn't even exist in the comics, but it came from the animated series. And then, like, the Freeze didn't even have a story before the animated series. He was just some one-off guy from, like, a long time ago. Same thing with the Joker, to some degree.
I had like the animated movies, like with Mr. Freeze. I had one about the Joker.
Yeah, I had that too. My dad was all up into that shit. Well, it was good. It's good shit. I watched someone going over it, last year I watched someone going over it again. And I was like, yeah, of course it's going to be better coming in being older, but yeah, a lot of the stuff was there, you know? And you know what's interesting is the Tim Burton's Batman movies were somewhat based off of that. They base a lot of stuff that the animated series did on the animated series because it was just that good. Which way are we going?
To the other side.
Yeah, we're going to the other side. You're actually right, Sean. I am going to the other side because that's where we dropped the logs off. The big wood.
Yeah. You like dropping off big woods.
Yeah.
Toilet. Sitting on the toilet. Sitting on the toilet. Sitting on the toilet.
You know what's funny about this game is recently they did a small change because there was this glitch with some people's brakes crashing their game. So as a temporary fix, they made the brakes more powerful in the game to fix it temporarily. And this guy was complaining on the Steam forum, being like, "Oh, I hit my brakes and it crashes all my car. It causes my train to crash." And I'm like, he implied that he does it at the last second. And I told him, I said, it don't bother me. I always done my brakes in increments of 10 or so. And you shouldn't be braking a 100% last second on a turn anyway. going that fast. You gotta. So I just put it to 100% with a full load of cars going 20 miles an hour, and it stopped, no issues. He must have been going really fast. So if you're trying to brake last second for a tight turn going that fast, you would have crashed anyway. You know?
Yeah.
So for me, my gameplay hasn't really changed. I just give it a little break and slow down, just like I always do. It hasn't really affected me. If anything, I appreciate the little extra breakage. Sometimes I feel like it needs a little more. But yeah, they've added a lot of stuff to this game since they've also added more stuff since you and I were gonna go play with it. They added automatic couplers, so you don't have to do link pins anymore. They added another new map. That has an ice layer in the north. They've added some more industry stuff in. Oh yeah, and they added this thing where snow can, like, remember how when you last played last time and I told you that snow is currently just cosmetic? Well, it's not anymore. Now it actually piles up and you have to plow it if you have it on. I mean, you don't have to, but you can. It definitely helps to see. I don't know if it affects anything or not. I haven't tested if it actually affects anything, but it definitely piles up. I got some pictures of me like drawing a heart in the snow and stuff, just by walking around in it. Pretty cool. It's really detailed because like it doesn't immediately disappear when you tessellate it. It just gradually gets covered up by new snow. Pretty good stuff. Anyways, I wasn't trying to be a jerk to that guy. I was just recommending him to consider the following, so to speak, you know? Like if your braking is causing you to derail, then maybe you shouldn't have been in a position to have to do that like that in the first place. Because in order for it to completely derail him, he's got to be going over 20 miles, 25 miles an hour, which is really fast. No matter how you slice it, that's really fast. All right, can you start hitting the logs for me? There you go. I'll just keep it rolling. Just hit them. Don't get knocked over. Uh-oh. I forgot something important when we put this together. I'm gonna need to back up. I forgot about something very important.
Okay.
I forgot to put rail here. I've completely forgot. We spent so much time.
Fuck this game. I'm not playing that shit.
Oh, thank you. way down here, Dory, I found another one of our cream box cars. I didn't know we had another one, but yep, there's one at the bottom of the bridge. It's laying there. Guess that works. Thank you. But yeah, look at the logs into the look at the logs in the water. See the logs in the water over there? The big woods? Yep, they get sucked up into the thingy. Get ass blasted. But yeah, I also found that interesting about Batman. He's just someone trying to make a difference, you know? Do the right thing. He sacrifices a lot. However, he's also a detective. You know, he's smart, he thinks ahead. And that's prep is part of what makes him, well, such a threat for one, and two, that's part of what keeps him going. That's what saves him. Human ingenuity, you know. Quick thinking, creativity. Basically, Batman, he does it to try to stand up for others too. He, you know, the "I am vengeance" speech. I am the knight. Vengeance. What they do with the bears and rabbits?
User joined your channel.
Hello. Who has graced us with our presence? Is that you, Nordic? Gonna have to fly. Actually, you know what? Let me do something for you. Let me do something. There you go. There's your ramp. So that you don't have to fly. Where did you learn to fly? It's an old trick I used to use. Well, I've used it for a lot of other stuff, other spots in the past. You'll see what I mean when I go back to test out some of my older maps. You'll see how well it converted over to the update. Is that Nordic? Is he back? The power of the Nord. The Nordrotic powers. That was snorting. He's just ignoring me. Why don't you do this to me, Nordic? No, I'm just chilling here, waiting on you to come back, so that you can get the chance to drive, take it the rest of the way. You know, I was thinking of you, and I was like, you know, I think it'd be nice to, let you do that. Oh. Did you forget to join the company?
God, my girlfriend's workplace needs to give her this fucking parking pass sticker. Fucking bullshit.
What they do to her?
She almost got her car towed again.
That's ridiculous.
She got her car towed one night. She got off work, went tried to go to her car and noticed it was gone. So what the fuck? process. Yeah, they did it. And they're not supposed to, because she's an employee working for the building.
It's okay.
She's got a sticker on her car that says not to tow her car specifically. They still fucking try to tow it. They're just looking for the passes, so like the pass that needs it on the that they don't have anything about the sticker.
Yeah.
Tow it.
Also think about the money. Yeah, joke's on them, right? It's almost as bad as that time when I started renting that room from that one lady a while back, and she didn't give me the keys for like 2 months, so I had to sleep outside. Which is pretty much what I did the previous month before that, because I was homeless. That's back in Florida when I slept in that hurricane. It was just before that.
I rode through a tornado once. That was fun. Well, two
I bet.
tornadoes, actually. So much fucking water hitting the windshield. You couldn't see.
Must have been a party.
I don't know how you made it.
Did you see cows? You got cows.
My landlord was driving. He's in his late 60s. So he doesn't have the best vision, but he's still like, man, he drove through that shit.
Mm-hmm. He's like, fuck it.
To my town is like 50 to 60 mile drive. The tornadoes were going through Martinsville. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes to drive through Martinsville. The whole time it was just driving 10 miles an hour and hoping we didn't end up in the middle of a field.
Yeah.
A lot of people were stopping under bridges. Just dumbass. They tell you not to do that.
Some people
That
don't
bridge
know.
collapses, you're fucking dead.
Yeah. Hey Dory, these rails work. You ain't gotta worry about the tree leaves getting you. You can drive through the tree leaves. It's fine. Well, yeah, if they start looking like they're wobbling or something, or twisting, yeah, slow down a little. But don't worry about it. You'll feel it out as you go. Once you start getting used to the way you got this set up here, you'll feel for a good. You'll feel out your speed for it. That's what I did the last place I had. The last map I did a couple of times ago.
This guy's neighbor is just starving. Just let him die. And then when the dude said something to his neighbor about it, rich dude that didn't even live in that house. Finally,
Look, there it is. There's that cream box car. I don't know how it got down there, but it is. I did that. I found the other cream car at the other bridge part, and I'm like, what's that doing in there? I set it back up after the thing. It was on the other bridge. right outside of the main area, and then I finally seen that one there, and I was like, oh, there's the other one. How'd that get there? I don't remember. It was John's fault. I warned you about stopping like that. You better say, hold on. Go forward. Go forward slowly.
Oh my god, what have you done to that train?
You seeing this shit?
Yeah, you've derailed.
She was going like 30 miles an hour and slammed on the brakes. Could have been salvageable, but
Damn.
that's fine. And thankfully, it's just this part. I mean, it could have been salvaged without having to interfere, I mean, but it's still workable. Drive forwards, please. I saw that we stopped almost instantly, and I'm like, uh-oh, and I slowly turned the camera around. Alright, now back it up. Alright, you're good. Yeah, I think you're pretty connected now. Well, we might as well get more logs because we need that wood for the coal that's in the back there. So we need more logs to make those woods, so.
Bro, are you a psychic?
Yes.
Because you said because at the same time as this dude in the video I'm watching. It was like second to second perfect.
I'm very psychic. supernatural. So super that we're gonna get some more big wood. Right, speed up just a little bit. Get like 10 miles an hour, 15. I think 10 is the first big notch on that thing. You're thinking of paper pizza. I don't want to tell you what I was actually going to say. Something very personal. No, because I have to Alt-Tab to do that. That's annoying right now. Yeah, it's definitely big wood related. Slow it up. You don't have to stop. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that turn right there is about 100 radius, so it can handle a decent amount of speed. Right here, stop. But that turn in front of us is not 100-meter radius. It's 80, 70. So you're gonna have to go slow around that turn. Like slow. Right. Being able to fly while you're trying to build the Oh yeah, Sean, another thing that they did is they enabled you to fly when you're building stuff. Isn't that nice, Sean? Isn't that Pizza Man worthy?
No. It's not Pizza Man worthy.
Why not?
It's not pizza enough. Needs more pizza.
There we go. Pizza beans. It's the pizza man. It's like Nordic always says, make sure you beat them eggs. You know what Sean wants? Sean wants an unfertilized egg.
How do you know?
Because I know things. Mm-hmm. That's right. Don't mess with Snake's barbecue sauce, or he'll snake all over you. And then you'll be covered in snake. Nobody wants to be covered in snake. Okay.
What are y'all up to?
Oh, you're back?
Yeah.
Sean was trying to join you earlier.
I got kicked out of the server.
What'd you do? Piss off too many people?
Nah, I waited too long to respawn.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, you were counting cards again, weren't you?
Just as I was about to click the respawn and so you've been kicked from the server, I'm like, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I tried to play, but the first squad I joined, the squad leader's like, go support for me, and then said nothing for the rest of the 5 minutes he was in the game and left. Then I joined a different squad, and they were completely quiet and didn't say a fucking word, so I just got bored and left.
Yeah, we gotta get the coal line set up. I was answering Dory's question. With that black lung. Hell yeah. Black lung, speed, run, any percent. And get that. Steam tractor. Nope, we don't have any track there. But I have to make it.
somebody in this game's name is Saddam Hussein Abd al-Majid. And you got Milky Noodle. Worst
Sounds like fun.
His fucking profile picture is Saddam.
It's a what?
It's actually, dude's profile picture is Saddam Hussein, and he's got his Steam location set to Iraq. His favorite group is the Iraqi nuclear program.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
that profile is engineered.
Because she had
He's
horns
going
on her
full
head.
roleplay.
What? I've loaded. Reload, you stupid fuck!
Yeah,
Infinite
YouTube.
fucking reload animation. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my, that's a lot of ammo.
I know. For a single shot rifle, I was throwing fucking bullets in that bitch. Like it was a shotgun.
That's right, don't forget it.
That was gonna be the shot of all shots. You just throw 3 rounds in the single cylinder and then let it off. I'm sure it works.
Yeah.
Get fucked. Like shooting fish in a barrel.
Super shot. Mega splatter.
Trying to hit people with the rocks. I just point blank headshot this dude.
Poor guy.
This game mode's funny. Playing a Sanso, and they got this new game mode called Ascent, and the attacking team has to like climb up the mountain. And they're defenseless, so it's like shooting fish in a barrel. You're just watching them climb up and shoot down at them or throw rocks at them.
Did you get your towel put on? Come here. To the switch. I think, mm, no.
Take that, milky noodle.
Milky doodle.
Man, I'm getting all the kills. Number 1 on the leaderboard, motherfuckers. Oh.
You know what we could do?
What?
Take the. Oh, sorry. I meant to say Dory. Getting tired. We could take this side here that you were starting. Well, I'm trying to avoid doing a splitter on the far left because to get there you'd have to go around this. And, I'd rather not. Well, remember, there's still that bridge piece that doesn't have supports underneath it that you can use if you can't get the supports over it. Well, you can go. You don't have to start it there. You could bring it back and start it sooner. You know what I mean, Dory?
What?
How's it going, Nordic?
Finding Dory.
Yeah.
What have you been doing? I'm about to go to sleep. What is today? Wednesday?
Sunday.
Oh, I was thinking it was like Thursday. Uh-oh. Sorry, Nordic. I thought it was a weekday.
What?
I forgot that it was the weekend. I thought it was a weekday.
Yep.
I was apologizing.
Yeah, you're just playing with your trains.
That's right. I like the big wood. I need the big wood in my life.
Dude's trying to zigzag.
Sean,
What?
are you still on?
Still on.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm still here. Clearly, it didn't go anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, I'm tired. But I want to see you get started on this before I go to sleep. Now you remember which bridge doesn't have the support under it, right? It's called yeah, well, if you can't get the bridge over because the supports are in the way, just make it's called uh the truss bridge or something.
Trestle?
This particular one is suspended vertically.
Yours suspended vertically.
Yeah. I am in my imaginary mind. Well, I gotta set it up. I just had some hiccups.